Good morning. We'll start the work of the third edition of Styling Landscape. My name is Renato Ferretti, and my task is to open up the morning session and lead the first session. I would like to invite the President of the Provincial Government, Federica Frattoni, the President of the Foundation of the Savings Bank of Pistoia and Pescia, Professor Ivano Paci, the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Stefano Morandi, the Mayor of Pistoia, Dr. Samuele Bertinelli, the President of the Rural Area for Nursery Industry of Pistoia, Vannino Vannucci, and Dr. Stefano Barzagli, representing the regional government of Tuscany, who replaces the councillor, the regional council, Mr. Salvadori, who is out of the country on a mission. So we're going to start with a brief video introducing this event.
Adesso.
Now we are going to show how we started again after the 2010 event that Maurizio Corrado has organized. It's a slideshow of postcards And you can see how this event is connected with the previous one.
Dal 1° al 3 luglio 2010 si è svolta a Pistoia la seconda edizione di Vestire il paesaggio, un evento internazionale della provincia di Pistoia in collaborazione con Regione Toscana, Comuni di Pistoia, Quarrata e Pescia. Una 3 giorni fitta di appuntamenti di alto livello, fortemente voluta da Renato Ferretti, motore primo di Vestire il paesaggio. L'organizzazione, generosa e ineccepibile, ha coccolato i partecipanti, accompagnandoli durante tutte le giornate, fra convegni, visite, mostre, cene e concerti, creando un clima accogliente e caldo, a volte anche troppo caldo. Abbiamo chiesto di mandare una cartolina al paesaggio, un augurio, una speranza. Sentiamo.
Segretario nazionale di Promoverde, auguro al paesaggio la crescita culturale più immediata possibile nel paese su queste tematiche.
Aldo Colombo, professione editore della rivista specializzata Flortecnica. Io penso che a breve tempo il Verde ancora riuscirà a vincere la sua battaglia, spero prima che poi.
Mauro Masullo, architetto del paesaggio. Ciao paesaggio, mi auguro che quanto prima gli italiani possano valorizzarti così come meriti, visto che rappresenti benessere economico, benessere spirituale e identità. Ciao!
Barbara Invernizzi, paesaggista. Augurerei al paesaggio di non essere né troppo abbandonato né troppo curato.
Franca Gambini, tra le altre cose giornalista. Auguro che il paesaggio ci sia per i nostri figli.
Sono Luigi Carcone, sono un esperto di botanica, mi occupo anche di paesaggismo naturalmente e credo che un augurio bellissimo sia che se ognuno di noi, veramente tutti, si mettesse un po' meglio il verde, quello proprio di nicchia, piccolino, e questo si estendesse a Maccadore sarebbe sicuramente la qualità della vita molto.
Isabel de Miguel Zapata, io faccio la traduttrice e vivo a Monaco di Baviera. Tanti auguri al paesaggio, molto!
Salomone, giornalista, ricercatrice, progettista, auguro al paesaggio di inverdirsi sempre di più.
Silvia Vice, agronoma e giornalista, un augurio per il paesaggio.
Sono Renato Ferretti della provincia di Pistoia, sono agronomo e mi auguro di poter continuare a vedere costruire paesaggio come è stato fatto nel corso dei secoli in questo splendido territorio della Toscana.
Mantello Irena, sono un architetto paesaggista. Io mi auguro che il paesaggio sia sempre dentro di ognuno di noi.
Mi chiamo Renzo Spagnesi, sono architetto, lavoro all'azienda Vannucci e l'augurio che posso fare per il paesaggio è che finalmente ci sia una collaborazione tra produttori, realizzatori e progettisti e che questa attività sia sempre più riconosciuta come un'attività specifica e complessa.
Sono Edoardo Chiti, imprenditore vivaista, costruttore del verde. Il paesaggio è il nostro pane quotidiano, quindi speriamo che anche in Italia nasca veramente la cultura del paesaggio.
Una gallascia che si prevede.
Angelo Vassori, agronomo e qualche volta anche un po' paesaggista. L'augurio del paesaggio è che sappiano trovare nei vivai, che sono le fabbriche del paesaggio, il punto di partenza per ricrescere dove manca e per diventare ancora più bello dove c'è.
Vignoli Francesco, vivaista di Pistoia, e tutti insieme lavoriamo per il paesaggio, per migliorarlo più che possiamo.
Mi chiamo Cristina Tognocchi, sono laureanda in progettazione dell'architettura del paesaggio. Spero per il paesaggio che migliori in tutto il mondo, per noi e per il nostro ambiente.
Sono Francesco Ferrini, sono docente universitario di arboricoltura urbana e ornamentale. Il mio augurio per il paesaggio e per il paesaggio in toto, per gli alberi in particolare. Noi sappiamo che gli alberi hanno bisogno di cura e gli alberi, noi lo sappiamo, ma curano noi, quindi cerchiamo di curare gli alberi, perché con gli alberi, curando gli alberi, curiamo noi stessi.
Orgogliosamente un giardiniere. E cosa mi auguro? Mi auguro che il paesaggio torni alla sua semplicità, alla naturalità e che riesca più a integrarsi con le persone, piuttosto che essere la cornice in cui le persone vivono.
Paesaggista da circa 25 anni. Auguro al paesaggio che migliori e che renda armonico anche addirittura il
Chiamo Alessandro Sciatti, sono laureando in architettura. Ho subito un augurio al paesaggio e dico che ce n'è sempre più bisogno di un buon paesaggio che funzioni specialmente per le persone disabili, persone un pochino più disagiate.
Sono degli Innocenti Ciro, lavoro al Comune di Firenze, sono responsabile di un quartiere. L'importante secondo me è che le persone prendano coscienza del paesaggio e soprattutto del lavoro che c'è dietro al paesaggio e che non è gratis, nessun pranzo è gratis.
Parenti, buongiorno, innanzitutto dell'Università degli Studi di Firenze, sono docente di ingegneria. Che augurio fare al paesaggio? Augurio di essere mantenuto e gestito in maniera un po' più consapevole e quindi che le persone possano apprezzare meglio il paesaggio e quindi ci possono investire più capitali e quindi di dare al nostro paesaggio una dignità maggiore proprio perché ci si investe un pochino più di risorse.
Sono Roberto Ceccarini e sono dirigente dei lavori pubblici del Comune di Livorno. Al paesaggio lavoriamo di conservarsi, di mantenersi, nel tempo, così come l'abbiamo ricevuto.
Sofia Lunardò, editrice. La nostra anima artistica può entrare in collegamento, in comunicazione sempre con il paesaggio. Il paesaggio ci aiuta a questo e noi ringraziamo il paesaggio.
Me llamo Paola Sangalli, soy bióloga de origen, pero paisajista de vocación y de profesión y de estudios. Mi deseo es que el paisaje, los paisajistas, no estemos solo cosiendo el paisaje, sino che estemos también en el parco. Non solo cucire il paesaggio, ma anche nella pianificazione.
Siamo Camilla Chini, io sono insegnante di energia dal paesaggio per far sì che possiamo noi ritrasmettere un'energia positiva al paesaggio.
Jessica Bottaccio di Camera di Commercio di Nizza, io auguro la professionalità del mondo del paesaggio. Anna Letizia Monti, agronomo del paesaggio. Un augurio al paesaggio che diventi veramente un elemento fondamentale per la vita di tutti, dalla casalinga al professionista, dal politico al bambino. Grazie.
Once there was a way to get back homeward. Once there was a way.
Bene.
Well, let's start the third edition of Styling Landscape, the general session. I will just introduce the morning session and this event, stressing a few elements, a few core elements, in order to meet the expectations that the video clip has shown, the passion, the commitment, the ideas. These are three basic factors in order to work well, to create good landscape, to make the nurseries grow. And these are the elements that have animated us over these months, weeks. This year we really had a short time to organize this event, and probably there have been some problems, and this is due to the fact that we really had a short time and we really had to hurry. The people who have worked with us over these months have really done a lot until last night and this morning too, early morning. And so I would like to thank all of them. They have been the heart, the hands, the brain of styling the landscape. And the book that we have produced, that we will present on Friday morning, is called 2.0. 2.0 is an abused word, but we can't help using it. We have also created the new website. We have a lot of pages on Facebook. We are on Twitter. We have tried in order to face the issues of lack of finance. We have tried to use the tools as best as we could, the tools available as best as we could. At the closing of last Sunday, on the website, there were over 300 people. 300 people who were who had subscribed to the website. We have had 5,000 viewers over these years. We have 25,000 pages that are visited. We have 3,000 Facebook friends, and I think that these figures are really important, because 3,200 friends on Facebook, either they're landscape nursery people, director of the green areas, they are all people who are in contact professionally with the green area industry, and they come from all over the world, and this is very meaningful. On Facebook, in a week, we have reached 600 I like it. And then we have 50 Twitter followers. I think that the choice of this place, the comment of Giaccherino, is the summary, the most efficient summary of where we can produce and we build the landscape. We are completely immersed in a woods. It's not just natural woods. It has been cultivated. We are actually located on a hill that has been landscaped, according to the various levels. First the grapevines, then the olive groves. But it is a hill that has been built, but we are in the middle of the most important nursery area in Europe. And this event will try with this conference, with the visits to the nurseries tomorrow, with a round table, and the section devoted to Porcinai on Friday morning, the visit to the Excellency nurseries. We will try and do a reconnaissance of the landscape in order to know what we can give to the future. During this event, you can also visit the exhibitions that have been organized in this convent from now to Friday. And then they will also exhibited in Montecatini Terme at the Palace of Tourism. And then from October to December, they will be exhibited in the Piazza Duomo of Pistoia. This is the most important nursery area in Europe. It's not just to boast, but because figures are really self-explanatory. We have 5,000 hectares of nurseries in 12. We have 1,200 entrepreneurs, 5,000 staff. We have 2,500 species for ornamental plants and so on. And then the landscape, which has to be beautiful and useful, economical and socially sustainable, and environmentally sustainable. So we'll try and develop all these issues, because very often we start off with one fashion. I'm thinking of green walls and green roofs. As a coordinator of the Pistoia province green sector, I know we have new settlements with green techniques. But we have to use sustainable ways, because we can't use too much energy, too much water, because in that case, if there is too much waste, we cannot go on like that. We have to understand, to study, and to evaluate. And then it's a landscape that has to be functional for all the various needs for society. And also for individuals. Each one of us has different expectation and different sensitivity. So on Friday, we would like to start with a reflection on Pietro Porcinai in order to get to understand what we need and have the skill through our nursery people to understand if the industry here in Pistoia can meet these needs. I would like to thank everybody. I would like to thank all the journalists here in Pistoia, journalists coming from Russia, Spain, the speakers coming from Europe, and also from Africa, and all our friends who have accepted our invitation. So I welcome all of you, and I would like to start the morning session. And I would like to leave the floor to the President of the Provincial Government, Federica Frattoni. Good morning, everyone. I'm very touched in welcoming you, especially welcoming our guests coming from all over Italy, Europe, and also beyond Europe. And I would like to thank all the speakers who will give their address in this conference, and the journalists who will cover the news, cover the day. And I know that there are a lot of people who are following us also via streaming. We have chosen this striking place here, this convent, which has been returned to the public use by someone who was very enlightened, a place that can help reflecting a space outside time, where we can find the dimension of the of our sharing and exchange. Pistoia has proposed to has proposed itself as the capital of the culture of green spaces in Europe. It's an extraordinary meeting opportunity to share our views, to grow around the subject of sustainability, a subject that has imposed itself, especially when the contemporary development models have started to show their limits in terms of economy, environment, and society. The landscape is closely connected to men, and sometimes it has to undergo the choices that men makes. Men used to decide where to live, what to do on the basis of the resources available, of the opportunities and the dangers that culture represented from the evolution from the Neolithic era. Man has been mankind has been able to model landscape and to use it in order to support himself. Man has also managed to design the landscape, to change the course of rivers, to modify a lot of land. His impact, in fact, has been quite bad at times. So landscape is the product of the evolution of man. It's not a static good, a static product, but it's a moving, a developing product. I have found these days a nice definition which has been elaborated by a teacher who says landscape is not something to protect, but also to acknowledge, to recognize, to describe, to listen to. It's the history of territory, what was in philosophy, in all history and in all disciplines, in religion, everything that can be interpreted when culture can actually intervene. So it would be superficial and reductive to limit ourselves to the reading given to us by perception. So what we can see on the one hand, the aesthetic landscape and the contemporary metropolis with a lot of modernization. Landscape is much more than what we see. It's a particular relationship between man and environment, which comes from your soul. Landscape is always mediated by an inner approach. For this reason, the landscape is a key element of being, of individual and social well-being. So it's a mission to work on the landscape, because styling it, landscaping it requires a lot of individual and social responsibility. Now, dealing with landscape is like going on a moving transport means. In order to avoid disaster, you have to identify the way, the time, in order to get on it. Protecting landscape means to safeguard its memory, its history, its identity. We have land not because we have inherited it, but because we have rented it from our children. This is an Indian motto. So all the interventions that there have been so far, which are not balanced, which have not been balanced, have to push us to look for some other different approach. It is our task to work in order to invert the direction, and it's a duty also for our policymakers and for those who are the planners of our landscape. It's a task that those who work in spaces and time have to deal with. It's a horizon where everybody has to move. Every Italian citizen has to do that because Italy is the first one which includes respect for landscape in Article 9 of its constitution. So our aim is quite ambitious. We have to style our landscape and try to decodify it. We have really wished to organize this edition, and we have organized it in the middle of a lot of difficulties. And we're giving this to all of you. And I would like to thank, first of all, the foundation of the saving banks, Cassa di Risparmio, which has supported our project, the regional government of Tuscany, the Chamber of Commerce, the important support from the municipalities, especially Pistoia, the nursery associations, the district of the nurseries, the many speakers coming from IAP, the universities in Italy and abroad, the many companies, farms. I'm certainly forgetting some of you. Please forgive me. And I would like to thank especially this structure, which was managed by Mr. Ferretti. We have organized everything just on our own. It's our self-denial, our teamwork has allowed us for the third time to be here and make this, have this wonderful experience. I would just like to to conclude by saying that you have to be the change that you want in the world. We share the view for a better world. The possibility for change is in our hands and is directly proportional to the courage and determination with which we can make our own destiny. And this is from Mahatma Gandhi. And I wish you all a good session, enjoy this session today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Professor Ivano Paci, who is the president of the Bank Foundation Cassa di Risparmio di Pistoia e Pescia. Good morning. I welcome you all to this third edition of Vestire il Paesaggio. There are many experts, scientists, nursery managers, journalists, and representatives of associations and institutions are in the audience today. So I want to thank everybody for being here. This is the third edition of Styling Landscape Conference. So I would like to thank those who have organized this event. I would also like to say that a lot of work has been done by the organizers. Back in 2007, during the first edition, we were uncertain about the outcome of the conference. But we knew that to implement ideas, we need people to work hard. And I'm happy to say that. I would like to say thank you to everyone who made this event possible. We are here to talk about landscape. Here, in Italy and in the province of Pistoia, there are cutting-edge nursery owners. So we have just shown you some figures of the nursery industry. The nursery industry has a long-standing tradition, which is 1 century old, and which boosted, especially after the Second World War. So there's a lot of energy, commitment, passion by all nurserymen who are involved. Today, the nursery production and nursery industry is a very important industry, both at national and at European level. We also take advantage of cutting-edge technologies, and we share knowledge and experiences with other people that work in the same industry abroad. The nursery production in the Pistoia district is very important. And we need it because it is part of quality of life, and it is part of our well-being and our living together. It is the backbone of our personal lives as well as our life as social human beings. We are all proud of the Tuscan hills. We all love them. The hills surrounding our cities in Tuscany, our parks, and the beauty of our forests and woods. All this beauty are the result not just of nature factors, but also of the work, of the hard work of those who work in the green areas. Green areas are the result of the activities of man. This landscape, of course, is threatened by many things. Especially in the past, the landscape was used by a few people, and today we want it to be used by a lot of people. So we need to put in practice our production potential. So we need to construct a landscape framework that can meet the expectations of our people and of our spiritual needs, because we need an environment where we can live happily. So we have conceived this event as an exchange of experiences and knowledge, whereby those who design landscape, those who think of landscape can gather and have a dialogue so that we can share knowledge and learn many things. This event is also a good opportunity to take advantage of the economic crisis. We don't know how long the economic crisis will last. Sometimes we have gloomy prospects. We tend to be narrow-minded because of the economic crisis. That is why we work closely with the provincial government, and we worked hard to organize the third edition, because when we started with the first edition back in 2007, there was no economic crisis going on. But shortly after the first edition, in autumn 2007, The economic crisis began, and unfortunately it is still unfolding today. The economic crisis means lack of resources, means unemployment, and it also means undermining our hope for the future and hope for what we do every day. That is why we are here to react. We want to be able to imagine our future. We want to be able to work to realize our future. We need to go on investing money. We need to be committed. We need to be innovative. We want to imagine the future so that all our activities can be implemented. In the past, we used to say that planting a tree was
perché mi sento di dirlo,
was a bet for the future. It is like giving birth to a child. It's a real challenge for the future. So this is what we mean in terms of future. Unless you have challenges for the future, you have no opportunity for growth. That is why we need to be confident, and we need to be innovative, investing and saving money at the same time. Of course, sometimes we need to save money because we need to be cautious, but we don't need to lose hope. We need to be rational, and at the same time, we must use all tools available to achieve good results. We need to be optimistic, but if we work seriously every day, if we take on the challenges every day, our future will be a better one. So we need to work for a better future. So investing on landscape is a pillar to having a better future. In Italy, we need to draw the attention of policymakers so that they can embrace the policies of green areas, so that the green areas positive attitude becomes popular among the citizens, so that landscape becomes added value for a better future. Before I close, I would like to quote a big French philosopher, Montaigne. He says that the good crops are not only about fertile grounds, but about the fertile ideas of humankind. In our social life, we need to put added value in what we do every day. That is why investing in styling landscape is a very good thing to do. And I wish you all the best for the future and for your activities. Thank you.
Bene, io ringrazio.
I would like to thank the President of the province and the President of the Foundation for the words they have expressed towards those who have worked with us in organizing this event. I just want to take this opportunity to say, to greet Alberto Manzo, who arrived here a bit late only because he was committed in Catania last night. And he left this morning, and he arrived in Florence at 9 this morning, and that's why he arrived late. So welcome, Dr. Manzo. And of course, he's going to tell us about the national perspective. And now I'm going to leave the floor to the mayor of Pistoia, Dr. Bertinelli, for the greetings from the town. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Pistoia. Ancient people said, a rhythm keeps the mortals, and the rhythm means also measure, the feeling of measure, of one's own measure and collective measure. Probably the crisis we're going through is affected by this loss, the loss of measure, the loss of one's own rhythm. I imagine that landscape can also be thought as the historical sedimentation and the translation of the relationship of the balance that measure has established, that has helped men establishing it with nature. In fact, nature loves hiding, as Heraclitus said, and the fuses of the Greek, the growing of nature, nature as an intimate growth, can be seen in the logos, that is the speech, the word, the human measure, which is especially rhythm, balance. The unveiling of nature in a balanced rhythm can become landscape when the society is healthy. And probably the sick body of our economy tells us about a society that has lost some of its health. So I think it's useful on this occasion to think in a non-ritual way, non-academic way, on why outside the experts who are represented here today, technicians, producers, public policy makers, this subject seems as one which cannot be translated into concrete facts of the policymakers, but also of citizens who obviously feel the need for a landscape that is missing. They complain, especially in Italy, the fact that the constitution has been betrayed, that is, the right for everyone to enjoy landscape, which cannot be privatized, which cannot be only private in private resorts. And this shows that we probably breached the measure that we were not supposed to breach in the choices of the policies in order to have a good relationship with nature. And that's why this opportunity can be used as an opportunity to reflect on what we want to do in our society, because nature equals culture, especially in Tuscany, because the work of men has modeled the landscape and has included the relationship of everyone with nature, because the balance of the seasons is also the balance of the society that grows. And finding this measure in all the various organisms is also useful in order to be able to spread it to all the other sectors. Someone said that we should build cities in the countryside. We have reduced the countryside to a very, very short break between one city and another, which have become conurbation, which are not attractive, an urban continuum without any possibility of green spaces, as places which are as important or even more important than the built environment. We need these breaks. We need some places for measure that we have to refine. I think this has to be a reflection on the productive techniques, water saving, non-consumption of energy, not only a reflection on vertical and horizontal green spaces, not just a reflection on green roofs or green walls, as we have already heard. Not what is written, not a reflection on what is written on the glossy magazines, but is a reflection on how we can behave, on the management, a more enlightened management, with a view to a measure, a balance, social responsibility of companies, which doesn't mean producing and producing better, but also producing in nice and attractive, usable environments, a reflection on beauty, on aesthetics of our places as an ethical measure of our living. I think that having been able to organize amongst all the various difficulties, this third important edition of an international appointment that makes our city proud, this is a sign for hope, a promise of hope. Now, the idea is that this could be the starting of a plan for the future that everyone deserves, especially the unborn ones. So we have to think in terms of the future, and if the remote future is an imaginable place, and if we are committed to build it starting from now, then even the present time will begin to be a good, pleasant, and attractive opportunity. I would like to thank again the Cassa di Risparmio, the province of Pistoia, who have been all very generous in supporting us. I would like to thank all the municipalities, together with the municipality of Pistoia, who are cooperating so that this area is recognized as the capital of the green areas in Italy and Europe. But I want to thank all of you who are here, who are curious to listen and wishful to give your contribution, a virtual agora that should be used and should be delivered to future generations with our own sensitivity, our own commitment, our own contemporary approach. But we have not forget that men have a measure that technology cannot violate. Technology can be useful to develop this measure that man has already. And then we can find the road to the future.
Grazie al sindaco.
Thank you, Mayor Bertinelli. Mr. Bertinelli is really concerned with the spatial planning policies, and he's very concerned by the future of landscape styling. So let's go on with the proceedings. Now I give the floor to Mr. Barzagli, who is the representative of the regional government of Tuscany. Good morning. Mr. Salvadori was supposed to be here, but he had a problem, so I'm here on behalf of Mr. Salvadori. I'm an agronomist, so I'm involved in viticulture and in nurseries. But I'm more in charge of bureaucracy. And sometimes I envy all my agronomist colleagues who really design gardens and parks. I would like, first of all, to thank the province of Pistoia and the foundation of Cassa di Risparmio Pistoia e Pescia for organizing this initiative. The nursery industry in the province of Pistoia is a very important pillar for production. I would like to share with you some opinions. A conference such as this is a very good exchange of information, and it is especially good because there are guided tours to nurseries, gardens. Nursery managers and landscape designers are there to understand the possible perspective for the future in the nursery industry. The regional government is very much concerned with this aspect. There are some integrated projects in terms of the supply chain. So many projects in this perspective have been put forward by the nursery district. And this allows us to have a broader view of the industry. Then I would like to share with you one more thing that we want to focus on in this third edition of Vestire il Paesaggio. And this is a topical subject as well as challenge for the future policies, which is sustainable green areas. Sustainable green areas were mentioned in the second edition back in 2010 when we talked about designing high-quality landscapes. We need green areas, sustainable green areas, urban green areas. Sustainable is a modern term, and it is widely used to show many things. Sustainable can mean many things, but we need to go in depth to really understand what sustainable means. As was mentioned earlier, in Italy, as well as in other countries, when public green spaces are designed, sustainability needs to be taken into account fully. I think that we also have to take into account environmental impact, energy costs, the best possible use of resources. These elements are all part of sustainable green areas. We don't have to forget the sustainable use of water. We also need not to forget future generations. Green areas that we use today are inherited from the past. That is why we need to keep them in good condition for future generations. We don't have to damage green spaces, green areas. Otherwise, future generations will not have the opportunity to take advantage by green areas. The Medici villas are in the World Heritage List. And this is an example of good choices that were made in the past. and that today are very good for us. The Tuscan region now has a regional law on nurseries. This law will be explained during the proceedings. And I also would like to stress the importance of the nursery industry, which is present on 6,500 hectares only, especially in the province of Pistoia, which accounts for 1/3 of the gross production of the overall Tuscan region. Before I stop, I would like to make a comment on the postcards that were shown at the beginning of the proceedings. And I would like to say that this extraordinary rural landscape that we have in Tuscany, as well as in a lot of Italian regions, needs a rational farming policy. Otherwise, we will not be able to design urban green areas. So I would like to thank all those who have worked, those who will work to make this thing possible.
Grazie al dottor Barzagli e vi sottolineo solo.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Barzagli. I just want to stress that today we are benefiting from investments that have been made much, much earlier than us. So when I was young, they used to say, okay, we're planting this tree because probably when you become older, you can eat something. I think that we also have to recover this attention. We have to think of the future so as to have green spaces that are more lasting. I'd also like to remember that in Pistoia, we are going through a crisis, and that's why now I'm going to give the floor to the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Pistoia, which has supported our event actively. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, especially I would like to welcome our foreign guests, because this is an opportunity for you to know our province, our cities, starting with the historical center of Pistoia. And I would like to also thank, and it's not a formal one, I would like to thank the provincial government of Pistoia, the foundation of the Savings Bank of Pistoia and Pescia, because in this very crunch time, I don't want to talk about crisis anymore. I would like to talk more about a new economy, because crisis is an abused word. In 2007, a new kind of economy has started. So let's look at it this way. In this difficult crunch time, they have invested with the will of doing, because it's not easy to organize this kind of event. And that is why the will, the cleverness, the entrepreneurial spirit have allowed the Chamber of all of us, with the help of the Chamber of Commerce, to organize this important edition of this initiative, international initiative. And of course, sustainable green spaces is a very current topic. But from an economic point of view, this sector of agriculture, but also nursery industry, which concerns Pistoia more directly, is obviously the distinguishing sector in our territory, but also in our economy. We have already listened that more than 1,200 companies work in this sector. 1,200 companies of all kinds, from 100 employees to companies having 1 to 3 members of staff, family industries, family enterprises, where each one has a particular role, and that's what allows our economy to give employment to 5,000 members of staff, which can actually become many more if you include the side industries. So I want to stress we are the capital, the European capital of the green industry, and we have to be convinced that this is our distinguishing element. And of course, we also have to talk about the percentage of our economy. The green economy is 6%, and at the national level is 2%. It is obviously a sector that gives a lot of employment, but also has important consequences in our sector. And as far as exports are concerned, unfortunately, Pistoia has lost some the ranks in terms of exporting city, but there is one sector which is still holding, and that is agriculture, nursery industry. And we have to be grateful to the many entrepreneurs who are still investing their money. And I also want to stress something positive, because beyond the figures that we have seen, where maybe the figures are not so good, but in the last few days we have witnessed some positive events like this one, where Pistoia is really the focus of this sector, and this is not something that has to be ignored. It's quite a recognition. And the day after tomorrow, there is the biggest nursery park in Italy is going to be inaugurated, certainly the most important one. And this is also very important. This is just to show that we are still investing, even when it would be much easier not to do anything. I want to say that Pistoia has also been recognized from a sports point of view. Everything helps. Maybe not many of you. A catering industry from Pistoia was acknowledged yesterday, was awarded by the President of the Republic of Italy for innovation. In Pistoia, we actually were awarded an innovation award by a catering company here in Pistoia. So I want to stress the positive figures and the positive elements, also to give you more trust and confidence in the future. And I think we can go through this crunch time. And my wish is that today is the first of 3 important days when our land, our province, still plays an important role, thanks to the presence of the scholars, the experts, the entrepreneurs, companies, everyone who every day works by challenging the market.
Grazie al Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Morandi. Thank you for being so optimistic. We absolutely need to be optimistic. Now give the floor to the ornamental nurseries district, Mr. Vannino Vannucci. Before I give the floor to Mr. Vannucci, I would like to tell you that there's some water available back in the corridor if you are thirsty. I give the floor to Mr. Vannucci.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. I want to thank the province of Pistoia and all the staff supervised by Mr. Ferretti for organizing the third edition of Styling the Landscape. This is not to be taken for granted. So let me thank the Savings Bank Foundation and all those who made this event possible. I think that this will be a profitable event. We will be happy about it. There are lots of participants in the audience and the representatives of the nursery industry. We have worked for many years, as Mr. Paci has just mentioned. It was just during the last years that the nursery industry is being recognized for what it does, even though the nursery industry was set up 1 century ago in the Pistoia province. There's a lot of nursery production in place, which accounts for a large part of the economy. So we must be proud of it. Our plants have very long roots. They are well rooted in our land. And I also would like to thank landscape designers and architects. I mean those who think about designing landscape. Renato has mentioned some important figures, as well as Mr. Morandi, the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Pistoia. In Pistoia, there are 5,000 employees, the nurserymen, and there are even more than 5,000. They're not just ordinary nurserymen. We, nurserymen, are experts. We are plant technicians. And we have a long-standing tradition. There are nursery districts across the world, but the nursery district here in Pistoia is an excellency, because the nurserymen in Pistoia are professionals. They have deep-rooted know-how. And other nurserymen across the world want to get in touch with us. I think that we have to take on that challenge through our experimental center and with the help of our local government institutions to develop those relationships and to take advantage of them. I'm convinced that land plots, nursery companies can be both in Tuscany and elsewhere in the world. But I think that what really makes the difference is the ideas, is manwork. I think that our know-how is much needed. We need to design landscape in a different way. We need to be innovative, and I'm convinced that we can do a lot of work in this respect. Today's proceedings and the session tomorrow, both tomorrow and after tomorrow, will be fruitful. And it is the result of the province of Pistoia's work, as well as Mr. Ferretti's staff work. A lot has been done to improve the relationships between those who work on land every day, on the nursery sites every day, and those who design the landscape. Tomorrow you will visit our nurseries, and I think that will be a great opportunity for all of you to understand what we do every day, to understand what we produce and what we can do, so that you can share our view for the future. Our plants are not grown overnight. Our plants are planted today, and they will be sold in a few years. It is a long life work process. And this is what we are very good for in Pistoia. We really need to be here and to exchange our experiences and ideas. I think that's all. I thank you once again, and you'll be more than welcome tomorrow to visit our nurseries, so that we can exchange information on site. Thank you.
Grazie a Vannino Vannucci.
Thank you, Mr. Vannucci. And now I'll give the floor to Alberto Manzo from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forest Policy. And then we'll start with the three addresses from the point of view of the landscape, production, and industry. The floor goes to Dr. Manzo. Thank you. I would like to thank the province for the invitation as the representative of the Minister of Agricultural Policies. Now, looking back, I was thinking, while all the speakers were speaking, I was thinking 2 years ago in Quarrata, so 2 years have gone by already. But anyway, now it's 3 years, and when I started my duty at the ministry, it's 3 years. We have walked a long way together, and my brief presentation is really on what we have done with the ministry, thanks to the table that we have organized, and thanks to the experts, the support of the experts. But there's still a lot to be done. Before starting my presentation, I would try and be brief, just to show you what the ministry has carried out within the European setting. We have made 2 reports with all the difficulties and the results and the statistics, and another report on the customs code. It's a specific aspect, but very important, because the import and export actually depend on those codes. Of course, we work in a European context. Mr. Ferretti was saying that, yes, yesterday I was in Catania, in fact, in Giarre, where there was the first conference of nursery industry, international nursery industry. There were representatives of the 15 member states So there were really a lot of people. And there were also some representatives of nurseries from Canada and USA. And one major element came out. Of course, the crisis is obvious, not just here, but also overseas. There will be a document that will be disseminated to the press. And I would just like to mention one basic thing, that is creating a system. And especially we have to try and work with third countries. And we have to do it now, because in the old Europe, unfortunately, the situation is not so good. So I know how many skills and quality you have, we have here, especially in Pistoia. We have to seize this opportunity. And in order to do that, the central administration, the central government, has to do this, must try and create a relationship or create some agreement with third countries that can be available from a financial point of view and can invest. That is, the countries which are still growing. And here we can work on the government, in the government, because we should include this sector of nurseries, which is neglected at the European level, because when I go to the European Union, I have to talk about nursery only in the agricultural sector. So I think it's not really right. There's something wrong there. So we have also created a new regulation on the OCM. Of course, the pie is not so big anymore. I have asked for more direct help. And we could do that because there is a document from the European Union where the nursery industry was called ornamental sector. And so we included this new sector in the European regulation. It's only a small step, but we have to do that also at the international level. I realize that there's not much time. However, I want to tell you, let's see. This is the picture, rather complex picture of the various players in the nursery sector, the multipliers. Of course, there are a lot of steps before the industry reaches the consumers, but I would like to linger on some aspects, that is, the aspects of landscape. These are the strength points, and they are very important. You can read them for yourselves. There are some aspects which involve the nursery supply chain, the high quality, the high professionalism. There are some weaknesses as well. But of course, we all know about these, thanks to the discussion that we have had in the various working tables. The opportunities and threats are those which are highlighted here. I don't think we can linger on many slides, but you can see the level of professionalism, the effects on men, on well-being of men, and this is all included in the sector plan that we have created. Then there are, of course, some economic situations that can affect the sector. Now, I started talking about the crisis. Of course, there's been a reduction of consumption. There are some commercial aspects that certainly have to be overcome, and we hope that this time goes by very quickly. You can see all the figures on the slides, and you can see where Tuscany, in terms of the number of companies and the industry, compared to the other region, ranks among the first ones. Now, let's talk about what happens in Europe. We showed a report to Europe, which is in the website of the ministry, where we have included all the current situations concerning all the member states in Europe. And we said that we need a European policy supporting the sector. This never happened recently. I can give you the example of olive growing or cereal growing. The nursery industry has never had any support, and this has definitely been negative on the sector. So it was sort of neglected. But these are the figures. Of course, these are the figures that I've taken from the European Union. But we should also speak about the manufacturing of plants, of buildings, subcontracting, and all that, which is part of the side industries, the wholesalers, the maintenance of the green. These people are all employed in this sector. Then the distribution. This is just to show you a few slides. You probably know everything about this. But this is what I've shown to Brussels to show what is behind all this work. You have certainly heard about multifunctionality of the farmers before and after the work for the safeguarding of the territory. You can see how many aspects surround this sector. So safeguard of the rural landscape, protection, valorization of the territory. We can go on, safeguard of natural or native germplasm, biodiversity, variable productions. We're talking about 2,000 species cultivated. This is our heritage. This is what we have to keep. There's another, that is a quarry in Sicily. This is what a sector can do if a sector, rolls up its sleeves and works. When I showed this report to Brussels, they were absolutely astonished. But I have shown so many aspects of the sectors that they were really amazed and well impressed. And then, of course, also new styles, new lifestyles, the fact of having a flower at home, which changes the quality of life. We have to communicate these aspects. I think it's important. There's another aspect that we have highlighted. The Commission has acknowledged that, but kept silent. The reduction of costs. There is an investment from the European Union to delocalize some companies in developing countries. I'm talking about Africa or South America. At the same time, in international agreements, we can reduce to zero the customs for imports in Europe. And these aspects are really not very good for our companies and our sector. There has also been some, we have abandoned some productions like the production of roses. Whoever buys roses that are imported from Africa are imported at a lower cost than what is paid here in Italy. And this is really ridiculous with all the transport costs and so on. So on the one hand, at the level of the European Union, there is a reduction of profitability, loss of jobs, abandonment of land. On the other hand, in the developing countries, there's also the exploitation of natural resources, like in Africa. We've got a lot of examples. We see them on the media. All these aspects were included in the report for all the member states to read. So it is difficult to make the European Union understand these aspects, which are really important. We have a lot of phytosanitary problems, especially in import-export, because we are introducing parasites that can create some problems. The last example is in the chestnut area, for instance, not only in Pistoia. We are carrying out an important work for the struggle against parasites, which were not present in our country before. So we're not talking about loss of production, but we're talking about the loss of plants. We're talking about secular chestnut trees. Of course, it's not a question of control. It's that the global market is carrying all this. So we really have to think about all the various aspects. We are in the middle of the Mediterranean. We have an ideal climate. If we get a parasite, then it's a problem. And then we have to spend a lot of money to try and recover in order to reestablish a good balance. So we need common rules for quality, for instance, and this is one of the aspects we have always stressed. We have to have some common rules, but this doesn't always happen. There are some quality standards at the community and international level, but they're not enough to guarantee small and medium enterprise. So the safeguard of the nursery sector is what we have shown to the European Commission, also in order to start a relationship with developing countries, because if we have to start working with them, we should not exploit the natural resources only in those countries. In the last 8-9 months, we talk about customs codes. It's an important matter because our import and exports depend on that. We spoke with some working groups, but it's the Agency of Customs Duties that is involved. And in the last few years, the codes have not been modified, and there's total chaos. There are some custom duties that include products which have got nothing to do with the nurseries. And we have to modify these codes at the national level, international level. We have noticed that there are some codes which are completely useless. As far as those codes were concerned, there was no flows of products, no movement of products. So we could, well, eliminate them. Then there are some meetings of the World Trade Organizations every 5 years, and we have to wait for 5 years before we can modify them. And of course, when they make a commercial agreement, they neglect, very often they neglect other aspects. We have started actions on improving communication, quality regulations, mapping of the sectors. All this is included in the sector plan. There's also a national call for tender, a nursery call for tenders for nursery. We've only funded 6 projects, 2 of them in Tuscany, and they are dealing with the issues that will be discussed in this meeting, that is the urban decor and livability. There's also a portal that should be activated at the end of the project, ISMEA. I want to conclude by saying that on the 28th of May, we have had another working table. The most important aspect is the proposal of the adjustment and modification of the commodities classification. I would say that the most important aspects is the discussion for updating the sector plan and the strategies for the collaboration with the various bodies to promote the sector, better qualification of the public green spaces with a view to a better quality of life. All these aspects shall be proposed in the new sector plan as fundamental aspects for a better industry. Now, we will rediscuss about these aspects within the day. And sorry for being long, but I wanted to give you all the information as clearly as possible. We are going to discuss about these aspects furthermore, and they are included in the objectives of the plan, but they will have to be carried forward. This presentation is available for you to read. Thank you very much.
Grazie al dottor Alberto Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Manzo. We have wrapped up the general session for the authorities. Now I thank the President of the province, Mrs. Frattoni, Mr. Paci, the President of the Foundation Cassa di Risparmio Fondazione Pescia, Mr. Vannucci, who is the President of the Nursery Gardening Industry in Pistoia. And now I call all the speakers here. They are from the universities of Pisa and Florence. While we wait for the university professors to come here, I would like to draw your attention on the badges that you were given. So, this is the card of Vestire il Paesaggio Friends. Your name can be either printed or handwritten. There are more than 600 badges. Every year, we want to be all together so that you can be contacted and informed about next edition in 2016. So, this badge is very useful because it is not just a badge, but it is a card, a membership card. Now, we are running a bit late, but that's normal. Maybe we will catch up the delay this afternoon. Now I give the floor to Mr. Guccioni from the University of Florence. I will be short so that we can catch up with that delay. I will not read my presentation.
Presenterò l'orologio. Per leggi mi hai dato anche un titolo, un compitino da fare, molto suggestivo.
I was also given a task to talk about the third millennium landscape and sustainable green areas for the future. This is my main topic I will focus on. When we talk about landscape, there's a dichotomy between landscape and development. Of course, for us landscape architects, this dichotomy doesn't exist. We just think about landscape, and of course we know there are limits and constraints. Constraints for us are sort of challenges. For example, we say that a part of land is to be protected, and so we are safe. So we, as landscape architects, are happy with that. There's a ban, and so it's okay. Nobody's going to harm the landscape. So, when we put constraints on land use, we try to protect the landscape. Now there's a new landscape plan at regional level, and it is said to be full of restrictions. But this is not true, because what we are really concerned with is to protect landscape in order to transform the landscape. And what is most important is that landscape has to be managed effectively. A couple of weeks ago, I was in southern Italy, in Posillipo, near Naples, and it is a marine protected area, very famous in Italy. There's an underwater park in Posillipo, which is also an archaeology park. And volunteers were there to keep off motorboats that were approaching the area, which is a protected area. So the problem is not the restriction, but it is how to effectively manage those areas. To be good managers, we need to anticipate everything and to protect everything, including ugly landscape, because ugly landscape can be improved. To achieve this goal, we need to take into account many things. As an architect, I'm thinking about construction science, which is a subject we teach at the architecture faculty. This is the Monastero, the monastery where we are now, and the Opera House in Sydney. This is not the same thing. This is not the same landscape. If you cross Italy, if you travel through Italy, you can appreciate different geology, land use, climate, and soil stratification. But it is also different culture layers, different traditions, and it is difficult to put everything together. So the Italian landscape is not the landscape in Australia. It is very different. So we should simplify the process. The process is a summation of culture, visual, and traditional values. So each landscape is unique in itself. We are lucky because we have the Landscape European Convention, which overcomes some restrictions from the past. The there were some rules, common rules for everybody that were laid down in the Athens Charter back in 1933. Of course, there are not international binding rules. So each country has its own regulations, which is true. But the European Conventional Landscape and Article 1 puts down that the most important value is the landscape perceived by the local population. So how the local population perceives landscape is an important value to be protected.
Allora, quando Renato mi ha posto il
Legal building can also be a challenge. So when we think of landscape styling in the third millennium, we need to take into account many aspects. My colleague Mariella Zoppi will continue on this subject later on. Sometimes we have people coming from abroad asking us what we can do and what we can teach our students in terms of landscape safeguard. So we need to look at the past, what was inherited from the past, because it is a good rule to be followed. If we truly know the past, if we know the history, we can know how landscape has evolved during the centuries, so that the landscape becomes the protagonist of our studies and of our endeavor to protect it. If we look at the past, we can grab the rules for effectively protecting landscape, because landscape cannot always be the same. Transformations are a fact. Transformations are inevitable. A colleague of mine says that innovative things from the past were the key of evolving the landscape. A book was published recently in late 19th century by Mr. John Ruskin, which was innovative at the time, because it was a reading of the past transformations of landscape. And this colleague of mine usually says that the most interesting things, the most attractive things now stem from studying the past. They stem from studying archaeology. Peter Rutz set up a park in Germany in the Ruhr Basin. This is an example of it. So we need to be visionary. We need to have a vision of landscape for the future. Of course, we need to protect, recognize, and acknowledge values that are the key to transformation and to innovation in the future. So we need to protect landscape so that we can be safe, but we also need to be innovative. So what's ahead for landscape? It lies on knowing the rules, on implementing the rules, and allowing it to transform effectively and sustainably. I don't want to be late, so I will be short, but I just want you to look at those transformations. Nowadays, everybody tries to make costly transformations. by way of an example, the Thames Barrier Park in London. There's, for example, in China, an example of the Tianjin Bridge Gardens. This was presented during the conference of park and garden managers. And during the conference, they were talking about very expensive projects, but we can't give up to quality. We can't give up project quality. Green areas and public green spaces are inevitable. We can't get rid of them. It is clear, it is self-evident that we need public spaces and green areas, and we need to upkeep them. And of course, this requires a lot of work. So we have costly parks, sophisticated gardens in the world, but we can also put in place some simple parks, so high-quality parks that need a very few upkeeping activities. A colleague of mine showed me a park in Holland, in Amsterdam. I saw the Schinkel Eland Park there, which is an example of a good combination with public spaces and a simple gardening system. And this is an urban space, and this can also apply to rural areas. This is an example of the Armastuola farm in Apulia in southern Italy. This is a good example of how to effectively manage landscape. We can minimize the impact on the environment. We can implement simple projects. But at the same time, we need to protect the environment. We need to be brave and to set up a new landscape system, including sustainable transformations, but we don't have to forget the rules coming from the past. Otherwise, we risk a degrading landscape. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie al professor Guccione che
I would like to thank Professor Boccione. As you have heard, he's got a lot of passion and can convey his passion to other people. I had already appreciated his intervention on another occasion, and I really think that he has opened up a new, he has given us a glance on landscape, a new kind of glance. And now, Professor Lorenzini from the University of Pisa, who will speak about Tree City, a project for a better life quality in our city. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Renato, because we're very happy to listen to all these nice subjects and in this beautiful location. My aim is to present a project. The project has only just started, but it will be an opportunity to think aloud about some aspects. That is the role of the green spaces, the vertical green within the improvement of the quality of life in the city. I teach at the University of Pisa in the new version of the agricultural faculty. Talking about the Tree City projects means talking about urban forest, sustainability, and ecosystem services in view of the climate change. Here you can see all the various concepts. We're talking about climate change, which is a fact by now. All our environments will be more and more under stress. We talk about a new way of reading the positive aspects of green areas in the cities. We talk about the quality of life, environmental pollution, troposphere pollution. We talk about social problems like aging of the population, eco-friendly planning, which is one of the main subjects of today's event, quality of life, environmental education, social costs of the green spaces, and also the economical aspects related to the estate value of our areas. This is just an overview of all the issues concerning the function of green spaces in the city. Of course, it's not with you that we have to work, but of course all the various aspects like health, aspects, social, cultural, recreational aspects. So the urban green spaces can qualify a land, a constituency. We were talking about ecosystem services. This is a definition that was only created recently and can be translated as a codification of the multiple benefits that are given by ecosystems to the human gender. And of course, we mean that we're talking about green spaces, horizontal and vertical green spaces, and the services that trees can provide, that is supplying water, adjustment like the air quality, climate erosion, and support activities, that is the cultural and then the cultural aspects, and not just aesthetics, but also recreation and our general well-being. We have to say that these topics have been under the spotlights. These are some glossy cover stories talking about the better cities, smart cities, and so on. The green cities are a subject which is very interesting from a social and cultural point of view, and this is not a new aspect. We know that in the last century we have been speaking about garden cities, starting with England examples, but also Milano Marittima, which was 100 years last year in the municipality of Cervia. Of course, in a green city, the quality of life is much, much better, and that is a fact. There are a lot of aspects for improving the quality of life. The Tree City project is based on two elements, which are a real link. First of all, our community is becoming more and more urban and more aged. So the population living in the city is aging. So the needs for providing these citizens with a better quality is also increasing. And of course, there's the issue of the climate change, which is one of the most important challenges in our society. We know that international statistics are aligned on the fact that the urban population is continuously growing. It is estimated that in 2025 it will be 61% of the world population. It has already been is already over 50%. And of course, there are statistics in Europe speaking about figures like 90%. So our population will be more and more focused in the cities. And at the world level, in 2050, there will be 70% of the world population which will live in the city. A century ago, it was only 15%. So these are important changes, social and political changes we have to deal with. On the other hand, we have to be aware that the cities are the driving engine of economies. 1/5 of the GDP is generated in the 10 important cities, like Tokyo produces 40% of the GDP in Japan. So we have very little margin of maneuvers. Of course, the challenge is to guarantee, to provide living conditions in cities. For instance, a survey among the mayors in cities has highlighted some priorities like the health of the citizens, quality of environment. These are the two main aspects where the green issues can give their contribution. In Tuscany is one of the regions where there are many more elderly people. And last year it was the European Year of Active Aging, and active aging meaning aging in a healthy way in an urban area. Now, climate change is an objective reality, although it's a moving reality in space and time. But certainly in the southern Europe, within the Mediterranean areas, there will be a reduction of rain fall and an increase of temperature, so drier summers and heat waves, lots of heat waves. In 2012, we all had a very critical time, or in 2003 was like a general rehearsal of the heat wave that we may have in the near future. And here I would like to mention the Tree City project, which is a national project funded by the Ministry of University. It started on the 1st of February, and the title is Planning Green City in the Age of Global Change. There are 8 national units supported by 12 research institutions, 9 of which are foreigners, USA, Brazil, England, with 4 under projects. Can you please slow down the speaker, please? 4 sub-projects, one with a lot of urban systems, laboratories, contribution of ecosystems. There is an interdisciplinary approach, a telesurvey, integrated modeling. So all the aspects concerning the green spaces and plants in the cities are surveyed. This is a kind of a joke. One of the objectives, which is very ambitious, with the Tree City project, is the goal of transforming a city like that in something more green. This is the schedule of the project, the Gantt chart. This aphorism was already mentioned by the mayor half an hour ago. So I think, yes, we should build the cities in the countryside. In fact, air is cleaner there. This is a joke, but there is a big awareness that the quality of air is one of the most critical measures, therefore, which distinguishes the rural area from the urban area. In fact, there's a new word which is called chemical climatology, because some pollutants have, which are related to traffic, car traffic, have taken the characteristics of chemical components, like, for instance, a station in an urban area, which is characterized by parameters like wind speed, rainfall, and so on, but also chemical components. We know how this is featured. And then the role of plants, we know, is fundamental. This is in 1661. John Evelyn, who wrote an important treaty, who suggested to surround London with a green belt of scented plants in order to purify polluted air. And this is to show what has been done, for instance, in Beijing. Of course, the process of combustion is the mother of all the problems of air pollution. And this is to show you the first man who polluted the atmosphere. Now, you have to know that, of course, combustion are part of daily life. I'm not talking about breathing. I'm talking about production means, production plants, heat power stations, and so on. So we have to deal with combustion every moment of our life. And in this context, we know that green plants can be helpful to combat pollution, although we know that the relationship between plant and pollutants are quite complex. They can also have some consequences. Plants can be actually the victim of pollutants, and then there is a vicious circle that triggers off. So we have to be very careful there. This is a sentence that I'm responsible for. The phytotoxicology has made so many progress that today there is not even one healthy plant. After all the surveys and investigations that we have carried out, we know how difficult it is to have healthy plants. So plants as detoxification means, because the vegetables can absorb or adsorb the pollutants, gas pollutants or solid pollutants, and this is a fundamental aspect on which we have to reflect. Indirectly, plants can modify microclimate, like reducing wind speed, giving shade, also contributes to energy saving in winter and in summer. So plant can purify air. This phenomenon is related to the fact that plants can store, can metabolize the various pollutants, and this is important for the trapping of CO2 to counteract the greenhouse effects. And also the particles are very important. We know that there is a good balance of the energy energy saving. There's the temperature can be mitigated thanks to the shading and all that. There's a lot of worry, a lot of concern by the original body as far as the PM is concerned, particulate matters is concerned. In the city, we know that a system of plants in the city with special characteristics can trap enough quantities of CO2. This is with pittosporous plants, and I can guarantee that by investing the surface of a plant of pittosporous is a completely different world that you find out. You can find all sorts of elements, and we are aware that part of these particles can be inhaled and breathed with very bad consequences. So the removal of the pollutants with chemical reactions and so on, the deposition and sedimentation, there are many mechanisms through which plants can purify air. There are some models that show that by increasing the green coverage, modifies the distribution of pollutants in the territory. There's a phenomenon of absorption, which can be proved at an experimental level. These are data showing all this. So if you consider the concentration of pollutants below and over the canopy, you know that the load of these chemicals can be actually proved where there is an important green coverage, where in Madrid, for instance, where there's the Prado Park, 16,000 hectares, you can simulate on the computer by deforesting. You can see what kind of modification can take place. We have said this is a climate change era. Temperature goes towards the increase. We can discuss about the factors causing the increase of temperature, but we know that our summers are more and more are warmer and warmer. This is the island of urban heat, which is quite well known. And here is in Kew Gardens in London, a dirty city which is cleaned by the bark, and by the plants. And this is London Plane, which is not an airplane, but the plants of planes. We know that they're very clean, and they clean the water. They clean the air of the city. And we have incredible data concerning plants. There are tons and tons of pollutants which are subtracted from the environment. You know that Americans turn everything into money, so they have actually estimated the benefit in terms of money. For instance, in terms of money, the reduction of the health costs, medicalization, hospitalization. So the plant coverage is definitely implies a reduction of pollution. We know that there are discussions at the European level, and one of the objectives of a contest among European cities to identify which are the greenest city, for instance, the whole population living within 300 meters from a green area. This is not a silly objective, but this gives us makes us understand what the policymakers have to deal with. Plants purify air, but sometimes we know that mass media say a plant within the car. That's not really something good. Sometimes the media don't have a good relationship with science. In New York, there are tagged trees which summarize the economic parameters I mentioned earlier. We also speak a lot about the role of plants in terms of oxygen consumption, but we have to be careful there because biology teaches us this is not a priority, an environmental priority. The oxygen in the troposphere is 21% and is enough for now and the future. So we have to work about that. We have to be careful about that. Now going to the conclusion. The green system is a cultural, economic, and social opportunity, but especially a strategic element for the balance of the urban territory, but has to be worked on, increased, and protected. We need resources, knowledge, innovation, and the eco-sustainable management with a lot of competence and specialized profiles, supported also by a lot of research. We heard how our architect friend said that the criteria may be the same from Sydney to Norway, but as far as management of green areas is concerned, each area has a special requirements in planning, in choosing the plants, having the wrong plant in the right place is very important. Maintenance is also very important. Good practice, guidelines, innovation. Very often, local authorities have little resources, but we know that if you work bad, even with the same resources, is really bad. And competence and skills can be used to save money as well. And also environmental education is important in order to train young people for a better future. And this is an overview of vegetable scandals. The president of the provincial government quoted Gandhi. Gandhi wrote that civilization of a people can be seen by the way they treat animals, and today we should add also the way they treat plants. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lorenzini. He's a friend. He has introduced us to the aspects of trees in a very punctual way. And now I'm leaving the floor to Mariella Zoppi from the University of Florence, who will speak about the city for all the seasons. And thank you for being here, because she has given us a big support when she was the director of the School of Specialization in Landscape Architecture in Pistoia. Thank you. And the floor goes to Professor Zoppi. A city for all the seasons is basically a metaphor to say that the city has to transmit always some positive values. And has to convey these aspects in the relationship, in the weather forecast relationship, because we have to plan spaces that have to be experienced in all seasons and must convey a serenity as well as the capacity to live in a multiple way, the biodiversity issues and so on, and all the subjects which has been dealt with this morning of the quality of life. Therefore, independently of the climate change and the situations in which we are, the spaces which are not built of the city must be spaces of life that guarantee a quality of life to its citizens.
But the seasons of a city are always the steps of the city life. We have century-old cities in Italy that have sedimented through the history some relationships between empty spaces and full spaces that tend to be more intense inside and less green, excluding historical gardens. Now cities tend to be more free, and they are planned and designed in a more complex way. And then there's a landscape outside town. We have the seasons in town that are the seasons of citizens. So in the empty spaces, cities have to meet the expectations of all the citizens, of all ages. We have talked about maintenance problems, but we have not mentioned how to use public spaces. So public space users must be free to use the urban space. That is why green spaces in urban areas have a big responsibilities, because they need to give a human face and a user-friendly space for the citizens to live. Today we face a big challenge that we were reminded of by a recent governmental law on how to effectively use cities, not consume too much the outside spaces around cities, including rural areas. We need to use the urban areas, the existing urban areas, effectively. And we also have some examples of newly constructed green areas, some famous examples and less famous examples of green areas that are fragmented, let's say segmented nowadays. All those segments, all those minimal parts of urban green areas are part of an overall picture that give us a good living urban dimensions. Which allows us to breathe good quality air and to live in comfortable living conditions. All fragments of cities. Here we have a book by a French author, Gilles Clément. He's a very strange character. He's a genius. He wrote a book, A Planetary Garden, and he has great intuitions. Mr. Clément has linked all smallest bits of green areas scattered around the world in order to say that all these green bits constitute a big planetary garden. As we said, the garden is a mix of culture and nature, of culture and art. And we must act in a way that this is going to be a harmonious development. But there must be a good balance between urban areas and green areas. But this uniqueness of small urban green areas that are put together to create a big universal garden makes us think that our history of mankind began in a garden, in a unique garden. Everything was in that garden, especially the seed plants. Everything was producing, everything was good, everything was sweet and useful, and everything was pleasant as well. So what happened? That garden had some rules, and we know those rules. The rules for a good governance of land, of gardens, and of life as well. So the transmission of those rules sometimes brings about the destruction of some worlds. And we sometimes are part of this destruction process, unfortunately. The first charters were those of 1972, the Charter of Rome, that we have ignored willingly. And subsequently, some environmental protocols were drawn up to achieve the Millennium Goals in terms of greenhouse gases and so on. So, living on planet Earth is a shared responsibility for us all. So we can't overlook our problems. We can't ignore these challenges. Planet Earth is a compact urban system. As Mr. Lorenzini mentioned earlier, urban concentration and human concentration in urban areas is a fact. These metropolises are also a concentration of production and of greenhouse gases. And this will make the difference in the global situation. This system also produces use of ground. Recently, newspapers published articles on land use, and especially urban land use. And statistics say that every second, 8 square meters of free surface are consumed. So in 10 minutes time frame, we consume about 9 hectares of good surface, of good rural surface. And this is a very important figure, because in 1 year we consume about a land the size of the city of Naples, which is 10% more than the surface of the municipality of Florence. Unfortunately, also here in Tuscany, though we have some spatial planning, some good spatial planning policies, and we are really concerned with an urban, rural balance, unfortunately, even in Tuscany, we have a situation like this that you can see in this chart. Soil consumption from 1960 to the 1980s to 2010. So land consumption was eroded by a series of interventions and activities that have, in a way, eaten, literally eaten, good land, even in terms of production. So the challenge we face today is the sustainability of our cities. So urban sustainability is to be achieved through some parameters, well-known parameters, including, first of all, urban limits, urban boundaries. I mean that cities don't have to grow excessively. On the contrary, cities have to be requalified, to be restructured in order to establish a complementarity relationship between the inner part of the cities and the outskirts. Cities have also to incorporate functions, social functions, and public use functions, so that public transport is not going to overuse the urban soil. Modern cities must also be integrated, and solidarity must also be perceived. Cities must also be flexible in building and structure. What does it mean? It means that if we want to have cities allowing good life quality in terms of green spaces and how green areas are designed, well, cities are to be designed so that a good life quality can be guaranteed through some green systems, starting from single buildings to all urban areas, in order to guarantee biodiversity in urban areas. Green spaces are not just beautiful spaces, but they also have to have values and to be vital for the citizens to discover new relationships between human beings. Cities must also guarantee a life system to all inhabitants, so that peaceful living can take place, and a peaceful relationship between between human beings and between human being and environment. In this urban system, we can possibly imagine some possible transformations. First and foremost, transforming suburbs that are no longer livable. And we need to do so now, especially in Italy, because this is something that has already been done in Northern Europe. So we need to implement a number of European projects, starting from Horizon 2020. But we lack experience in this respect, and we also lack studies. And of course, according to the last government decree of a week ago, municipalities will have to identify the areas to be requalified, and this will be one of the things that citizens, local government, and local institutions will have to focus on. So let's start from looking at a few buildings. We have an examples. Vancouver is one of the cities that has embraced this new point of view. In this building, there's a lot of biodiversity protection, and there's a park, a nearby park, in a densely populated town. This is always the same building. So we have an example of how to use green spaces in urban areas. This is the same idea, green coverage. And then there's green coverage in vertical installations, which is a very sophisticated. Here we have a simpler example. That was done in Berlin. This is an example of growing plants and of climbing plants. But this is not to be done in an artificial way. Because if it is artificial, that will be perceived artificially. So this is not to be an isolated example, an isolated initiative, but it is going to be systematic, so that there's a systemic relationship, a regular relationship between green areas and urban environments. So this is an old example, old and forgotten example in Chicago. This is the Burnham plan to develop a green area in Olmsted in Chicago, the Jackson Park, and by the same designer of Central Park in New York, or the Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. So there was a link, a connection linking all these green interventions. So we need to know also Nicolau Maria Rubió y Tuduri with a green project in Barcelona almost 1 century ago. And Rubió y Tuduri implemented a green belt around the historical town. After the Athens Charter, Le Corbusier overcame the concept of town as a machine to be lived in, and he designed Chandigarh. Chandigarh, it's this system which is based on green texture, green grid. This is a very popular concept. We know we have to implement green areas, environmental corridors, as some call it, but we know we have to do that, but we never do that. So we have to reach some goals, and we have to act now if we want to have some urban areas where people can happily live every day.
Grazie alla professoressa Zoppi, credo che l'ultima slide.
Thank you, Professor Zotti. I think that your last slide properly summarized the main ideas of your presentation. So now the general session, the general purpose session is over. We are running 45 minutes late, so please be patient, because I think that we will delay our lunch. Our lunch will start at 1:45. Now we have to start the last session of the morning. I now give the floor to Silvia Viviani, who will facilitate the last session of this morning, which is dedicated to science and technique, urban science and technique. Before I give the floor to Silvia Viviani, I would like to remind you that we will give a bag to the speakers as memorabilia of Pistoia. This year, the tiling the landscape is also associated with food. And we have Vetrina Toscana Tavola, so the Tuscan shop window
per tutta la settimana a Pistoia
on the table. So we have a gift. We give a gift to our speakers. So I now give the floor to Silvia. So please join us. You have the floor. Thank you for being here, Silvia. Thank you, Renato. Thank you, everybody. I thank all the speakers for being here. We are running late. We have repeated it many times. I will not give a presentation by way of an introduction. I just want to say that this final part of the morning will focus on the toolbox for designing landscape. The first part of the morning was more of a general introduction, but now we are focusing on how to go on. Mariella Zoppi from the University of Florence, which has just taken the floor, gave us the view of a landscape architect. We need urban project, allowing us to use all that is available to us, all tools available, so that urban spaces, urban relationships, urban spaces can be reconnected so that they embrace new values, so that they truly reflect a balanced relationship with nature, art, culture, and citizenship. This morning, a measure was mentioned. So we need a harmonious balance, a measured relationship between urban areas and citizenship. And we need to do so effectively, which was not the case until now. if we want to grant the common good, the common value, the freedom of thinking on on life projects and on urban projects. That is why we need to behave respectfully in a balanced way. And then the main goal is to achieve a good urban governance, to make the best possible use of resources, not to overuse resources. We can do good things with few resources sometimes. So the nursery gardening industry can put forward a lot of resources, and this is a good example of how we can transform landscape, of how we can build spaces for today and for tomorrow. But we need to believe in it. We need to be trustful. We need to make the best possible use of resources and available means. So now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Cerea. What kind of green areas for sustainable cities? Mr. Cerea is taking the floor. I will be short, but I will speak slowly at the same time.
1 month ago, I took part in the meeting of agronomers in Como, and I heard that all the problems of the green spaces were always the same, have been the same in the last 30 years. That is, various problems. So I started to think, what are the three problems that really concern the green spaces nowadays? And what we have already listened, that is the climate change. You know that in the province of Bologna, a month ago, there was a tornado that put to hard test some buildings and the plants. But talking about climate change, for us, technical director of the green areas, the problems actually stem from the falling down of plants. For instance, what happened in Naples, which caused one death, and also in other cities. And beyond the climate change, the other big problem of green areas is globalization. We already mentioned that. Distances have become shorter and shorter. There are these continuous exchange of goods, with goods coming to our country together with some pests. This is the ring copherum. We have already spoken about this in the last few years. And the palm trees are endangered because of this pest, and we still haven't found a solution for this insect. And then the third problem, that is the lack of resources. If you think that in these 10 minutes, of course, I cannot give you the solution for having these resources. Forget about that. Money has finished. We don't know whether the city is green or if the city is in the green. By the way, do you know that why we use in the green to say when we don't have no money? Is because in 1800, when they had candles for commemorating dead people, there was a green saucer or some sort of plastic or some sort of green material. And so when you could see the green, it meant that there was no more light. So what I want to do with my speech is talking about other lacks, for instance, lack of professionals. We have human resources in the green sector, but we don't have enough professionalism. If I go backward, who is the master? Who is better than an elderly man who is not considered, in fact? If you think that if you think of the heritage we can have, because the elderly now are very often left behind in their bars, in their clubs, or we can see them with some personal helpers. But we could use elderly people much more. And another lack of resource is given by the young people who are a great heritage, the children who in future, in a very close future, in fact, will have to occupy important jobs like counselors in public authorities. And so this lack of educational environmental education, the lack of the failure to create an awareness in environment is very important. Here we are in a nursery school in Strasbourg where they are actually playing with the soil, with the mud, because it was raining. And last week I witnessed in a nursery school in the province of Bergamo, a teacher was reproaching a little kid because he was playing with mud. So this is not the right attitude. Soil can gives life. Soil gives food to us. And so environmental education is very important. And I belong to an association of directors of public gardens, and we are trying to organize some public days like the Woods of Breathing, where we involve thousands, hundreds of children in order to make them aware of the green issues. But we have other shortages. We have a lack of respect for the green, for common goods, which belong to everyone and no one at the same time. Local authorities, unfortunately, are spending a lot of money due to hooligans damaging like urban decor equipment. So we have to really make them aware of the expenditure that local authority have to tackle for this. So what does the national government do to deal with this issue? In February 2013, law number 10 was passed for green urban spaces. According to many, it is an interesting law, quite valid, and it has a lot of gaps, unfortunately. They talk about monumental trees, and this is good because monumental trees are not seen are judged only on the basis of age, but also for its landscape interest, for its rarity. And then we have, for instance, something that leaves us a bit distressed, like the Festival of the Tree on the 21st of November each year. Although it is interesting in order to involve young people and children, on the other hand, it shows a lot of gaps because it has a lot of costs from the management point of view. Then This law also includes the obligation for mayors to make a census of the green plants and also to make a census at the end of their mandate. But this is really a double-edged weapon, a double-cutting weapon. I need resources to do this. Out of 7,000 trees, 10% of these trees, are supposed to need some more studies, and so you need more resources in order to analyze and to census, to screen all these trees, and 10% of these trees will have to be felled, and they will need more and more resources. Then there's the problems of phalanxes, because I have to create some solution for these spaces. It's difficult to have a small tree grow between two big trees. We need green in the cities. People need greens. We are here in New York at the basis of Ground Zero area, where there are all the citizens here. The citizens create what they call social vegetable gardens, but they also need a lot of resources and attention. We were talking about sustainable green policies. I come from a territory that, from a landscape point of view, is in a very bad situation. What you see is the work site of the motorway connecting Brescia to Milan, and the land is actually disappearing here. On this work site, there will be also the high-speed trains built. I mean, the high-speed track built. So there will be another branch of the motorway being built, and then they're still discussing whether they have to build. They are discussing whether to build a landfill for asbestos cement. So really, we are giving a lot of responsibilities to the green policies. A city should be nice even without the green areas. Of course, green areas can improve the city, but cannot mitigate, cannot hide, the gaps that a city has. So just to conclude, I can say that as far as a green belt can be nice, we know that green can be the color of a nice picture frame, but if the picture is no good, then no matter how nice is the green frame, the picture will still be a bad one. Thank you.
Grazie. Scorriamo allora con i contenuti.
Thank you. Let's go on with Anna Letizia Monti, who is the president of IAP. Thanks, Sylvia. Landscape Architecture 2.0, that is the title of my contribution, because it is useful. In fact, it is essential to look at the landscape architecture as a discipline that is evolving, because all the fields connected to it allow a high degree of integration. Biagio Buccione was talking about the rules of transformation, mentioned also by Professor Zoppi. So the differences need to be focused on compared to the traditional fields. Today, this discipline needs to interact between all the involved subjects. And even Stefano Cerea was speaking about that, the need to evolve, to give a different connotation for the reasons that Cherea has mentioned, and there's no point in stressing what we all know again, this difficult situation we are experiencing, a social, economic, and cultural situation, completely new, difficult, that we are experiencing. And nobody actually spoke or mentioned this subject too much because we are experiencing them every day. And as the president of Foundation Casa di Risparmio was saying, we have to look at the future. We have to look at the future, and we know we are in an extraordinary land. What has evolved or formed around the landscape, around the garden, has settled in the moments of splendor, of economic and social, cultural artistic development of our country. I don't know what I did here. It's not by chance that we are in a land that in these few days was included in the heritage, UNESCO heritage, like the Villa of Quarrata, where we were during the last edition of this conference. All these villas were included in the UNESCO heritage. All these places that have represented an excellency in architecture at the world level. So we have to look at the future. And what I want to share with you is some ideas, some initiatives that with IAP we are carrying forward. And we want to share with the enterprises, the producers, with all the stakeholders of the supply chain. We know that we are in an extraordinary land. This morning, someone was mentioning that it is not true that with culture we can't eat. With culture you can actually eat, and Italy is one of the richest countries in the world with architecture, natural landscape heritage, and we have to exploit it as much as we can. So we have to learn how to make them known to other people. IAP represents all the professionals who work in the knowledge and protection and management of landscape. Very often professionals have worked by themselves, struggling on their own with the clients, the administrations, local authorities. So landscape architecture 2.0 means making this connection, this synergy more and more active. We have to be proactive in order to reach these objectives. IAP, over the last few years, has tried to include everybody in their membership. And in February 2013, we have launched an appeal to all the candidates of the 17th legislature in Italy in order to have the landscape at the focus of parliamentary activity. Our colleague was mentioning the law number 10, which was passed at the beginning of the year. We have tried in many ways to modify this law so as it could be actually an active tool in order to improve the green area policies. We have launched this appeal, and I want to share with you what, in our opinion, are important and strategic issues. We have asked for the obligatory of the structures, settlements, commercial commercial and social and structures in order to improve the spreading of these structures. I agree with Biagio Guccione saying that it's not with constraints that we can reach quality. Quality can be obtained by managing a transformation in a professional way. We asked for a law for regeneration of the existing plans so as to focus on the quality of the public space in the cities, capable of triggering off virtuous systems for the life of citizens, for living and producing. We have asked for a law for sustainable land consumption involving agricultural policies in our country that can be more incisive, referring to the decree from Minister Catania, as Professor Zoppi mentioned earlier. And we are asking all this because we are used to being quite practical. We think that landscape has to be found in all places. So the governance of the territory has to work in all places in our country. All the territories, all the lands have to be protected and not simply exploited. Landscape is an important aspect of the life of populations, and each citizen has to live in areas where inhabitants and the landscape, there must be a balance. I want to refer to Mr. Serrea, what he said, because we are often those who work on a daily basis as designers and managers of the green areas of the city. So the protection of landscape doesn't mean freezing it and not modifying it, but the possibility of transforming it has to be planned. And of course, priority has to be not only economical interest, but also aesthetic interest without altering the aspects in which the population identifies itself. So there should be a similar dignity for all the landscapes and the cities. Yes, cities should be built in the countryside. In fact, I think these are two different parallel worlds, and it is important to safeguard landscape in the urban areas as well as in the countryside. So we have to promote agricultural activities for the protection of rural areas, and at the same time, the suburbs of our cities should be requalified, and we should start a policy of the landscape by using orientation and strategies in order to protect and plan the territory. This morning there was the president of the provincial government. I was very pleased, and I gained more confidence because for the first time, probably, a public administrator mentions the European Landscape Convention and Article 9 of the Italian Constitution, which also the mayor of Pistoia mentioned. We are actually starting on the on the basis of the Italian Constitution. That is one of the basic articles where we mention the protection of landscape and cultural and historical heritage of the nation. The European Landscape Convention was, in fact, signed in Florence and stress that a landscape is everywhere. IAP, since 1950, gathers professionals working in this field, and Here, we want to stress the concept of working together with all the stakeholders, the nursery people, the enterprises, research institutions, in order to carry forward a far-fetching project so that the gardens of Europe can keep on enchanting people, not just those from the past, but also people in the future. I want to share some examples of work that we have started that are giving some good results, that are in fact the outcome of the network activities that we have carried out. The first example concerns the adjudication for the organization of the 53rd World Congress of Landscape Architects in the spring of 2016. So Italy won the call for tender in 2012. So this utopia, this big project, became a reality thanks to IAP, but also thanks to the active support between us and the municipal administration of Torino that proved its support in order to carry forward this project. And this is, again, a proof that by working together, administration, professionals, enterprises, we can obtain incredible results. And I think that this event here, which is the result of synergies between the provincial government of Pistoia, the foundation of the bank, the contribution of the Chamber of Commerce and the regional government, is a good example of working together between local nurseries and public authorities. A second practical example of landscape architecture is the project Quali Viva. Dr. Manzo mentioned this morning, this project, Quali Viva, which was promoted and funded by the Ministry of Agricultural Policies, which sees IAP together with Nurseries Association, University of Florence, Agricultural School of Parco of Monza, and Minoprio School, as far as the fields in which IAP colleagues are working, the various colleagues from the various organizations. And tomorrow they will be here in Pistoia, and they will take the opportunity of this event in order to work together on this project. My colleagues spoke enthusiastically of the discussions, the lively discussions and the clashes that they are having, but they are important because they are bringing, however, to some synergy in order to carry on working together. The third example I want to mention was already mentioned by Biagio Guccione, who was with us in Naples as a member of IAP. In this conference, we have organized on a subject as fascinating as complex, which is very distant from our work, that is, landscapes and archaeologies. Near the organizational secretariat downstairs, there's an exhibition that Styling the Landscape has given us the opportunity to show, because over 80 contributions have been proposed. We've only chosen 30 of them. And the most important thing was to see how a landscapist, botanists, architects, builders have all worked together in order to celebrate, to enhance, to highlight the landscapes and the archaeologies that are another extraordinary heritage of our country. The fourth example I want to give you is on some synergies that we have created between designers and nurserymen who are even going abroad in order to propose this excellency production, that is nursery production, which is related not only to the quality plant, but the quality projects and a teamwork that is extremely important and interesting. Now, I gave you these four examples because they are concrete, practical examples that are already underway. And just to conclude, I want to go back to the first example I mentioned, that is the objective, the important objective, not just of IAP, but of all the country, of all the sector related to the world of landscape architecture. That is the IFLA Congress in 2016. IFLA 2016 should become an arrival, a finishing line for all the local authorities, producers, enterprises, designers, in order to bring to Torino the dreams that have been carried forward. Some practical examples: maybe a small park in a country, in a city, planned with a lot of attention, with suitable plants, or a study like a bike lane track. Like yesterday, we presented the next issue of our magazine, focusing on slow mobility and the relationship between landscape architecture and bike lanes. We would like to get to 2016 with practical examples: a park, a bike lane, the restoration of a garden, the valorization of a historical place. We are not interested in a detail, but we want to have in 2016 something. For the second time, we will be able to present to the world the Italian excellencies. It's the second time because, in fact, the first World Conference took place in Florence in 1996. So in 2016, after 20 years, we'll get there with this new appointment. So we have to make a commitment. And that's why I launched the appeal this morning, the same appeal that we launched to our members of parliament. The Italian politics has to deal with sustainable development based on the balanced relationship between social needs and economic activities. So if you protect our heritage, if you can handle it, if you can manage and transform it, can contribute to the creation of jobs and well-being of populations. So with these words, based on the European Landscape Convention, I want to greet you, and I hope that we can work together from here to 2016.
Thank you, Mrs. Monti. There are many things to say, but we are running late, so I give the floor to next speaker. Environment pollution and bioepuration. I give the floor to Mr. Lofty from Tunisia. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. This is my first presentation in Italian. I hope everything will be all right. I really hope it will be clear. I would like to talk about problem.
Essere più vicino da voi.
Health problem. That is why I really want to speak your language.
Viviamo pressappoco nella nostra abitudine.
Every day, we live more than 20 hours a day in a closed environment. Oh, we need 15,000 liters of air and from 6 to 8 liters per minute. So it is a very big quantity.
Come respiriamo questa aria?
So how can we breathe so much air? So 9/10 of our time in our cars, breathing all the car accessories, and then about 8 hours at the office, and at least 10 hours at home, and 1/3 of our life sleeping. But what do we breathe? Now, the problem is the quality of the internal air. Air that we breathe indoors. Here, for example, in this room, we are breathing polluted air, 8 times more polluted than the air outdoors. So 8 times more is a lot. So the quantity of pollution that we can have in a room results from the chemicals of walls, of pieces of furniture, of equipment and appliances, and also of detergents, chemical products. And here on the slide, you have all different chemicals. We have carbon dioxide, of volatile organic composite chemicals, and then formaldehyde, which is the result of the air conditioning system. In France, for example, this pollution was divided in 3 categories. The A category, with highly dangerous project, where you have aldehydes, sorry, and
della terra
in radon. And then we have the phthalates, and then we have the B category. So allergens from dogs and cats. They can also be a source of important pollution, and nitrogen dioxide and CO2 and lead, sorry. And then you have electromagnetic fields with Wi-Fi connections, GPS, phones, and mineral fibers and
Tutti i materiali
COV and insulating materials. It's invisible. It has no smell, but it is very dangerous. Radon could cause lung cancer. And this is a study of the WHO. And benzene provokes leukemia.
il cancro dei reni.
Chloroethylene causes kidney cancer, and formaldehydes is cancer of the sinus. So we have so many sources of pollution in all rooms in a house. We have humidity in a bathroom. In the living room, we have formaldehyde. So we have all chemicals around us. This indoor pollution costs in the US around $500 per capita. So this is caused by absenteeism, no profitability. So how can we reduce this pollution? First of all, a good air conditioning, a good air ventilation in rooms. And then we should choose non-chemically treated materials, untreated materials. And third, we could use every day some detergents of natural origin. And then bioepuration is also a good option. There are specific plans for bioepuration for specific products. For example, Bill Wolverstone has invented back in 1989 biofilters. This is the work of a young student on bioepuration in
Navette aerospaziali.
Biopurging within a study on aerospatial activities. And this biofilter became a very important biopurging or depollution machine. Here you have photosynthesis, and with biopurging, the plant absorbs indoor pollution, and then it releases steam water. And this is a very important device. A very important device for this is a window, because we need daylight and fresh air. How can we install plants at home to serve specific purposes? So to process formaldehyde, we have a ficus and areca. instead for benzene and xylene, which are products deriving from certain paints, we have Ficus benjamina. In the kitchen and in the bathroom, we can have some anthuriums against ammonia and formaldehyde, and then azaleas. And for xylene, we have Rapis excelsa, which is very effective, which absorbs all xylene. We can put it in all rooms, but this is special for the bathroom because it is a very humid environment. And then we have fig tree. Sorry, ficus. Ficus. Latin is better. And in the living room, to process xylene and formaldehyde and trichloroethylene, you have
Monstera.
ferns. In the kids' room, you can put grapevines. And in all rooms, you can have begonias and gerberas to absorb formaldehyde, benzene, trichloroethylene, and toluene. Gerberas are the star plants at NASA. Then, to absorb electromagnetic waves, we have cactus at your office, and then to filter the external air, you can use some chrysanthemums on the balcony against ammonia, formaldehyde, and benzene. Then, in a poorly lighted room, you can use Dracena and Sansevieria.
Questo è per assorbare.
To absorb trichloroethylene, xylene, formaldehyde, benzene, and toluene. So with just 3 plants are enough to depolluting a room. At the office, you can use Sigonium and Pothos to absorb all chemical pollutants. This is to say that breathing fresh air is not a luxury. Earlier, some laws were mentioned, but this should be an obligation. So we need architecture to depollute our rooms, the rooms where we live, where we spend most of our everyday lives. So our new rooms will be like that. It is beautiful and necessary at the same time. Thank you.
Grazie molte. Il battesimo.
Thank you very much. Your Italian first time went very well. So it's good to combine the beautiful and the useful. And so from the beautiful and useful, these little tips, we can now go on to Anne Bat Fink on the landscape of the soul and the body.
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. It's a pleasure to be here again. I have been looking very much forward since I got the invitation in March, where I was sitting back in the cold north. So thank you for that. I'm living in a countryside, working as a landscape architect, because I think that gives the best inspiration for the work when we're talking about how we can improve our life condition, and especially when we talk about the greening of the cities. So I looked up in Google Translate how my title should be. I hope it's okay. So I will talk about what we can do to make life conditions that everybody understands and that are green and as functional as possible. So everybody today are talking about how we can make the best conditions for everyday life. And that's actually my focus, because I think, and now this is actually the point of my show, I'll put it in the beginning, not in the end. It is that sustainability for me is to make everybody aware about the quality of plants and trees and our surroundings. It should be the first thing you learn, even before you learn to walk and talk. The green things is a profoundly thing in our lives, and I'm very pleased to hear that everybody are actually singing the same song today, and what makes it even more important to meet in this audience. I think it's quite important. For example, where do you see old trees in the cities? It's very rare, because we are not leaving the living conditions for trees in that age, in that size. But in the same time, when trees are growing up, you become small as a human being, and it reminds of us the short life cycles that we have as human beings, and that the trees, the nature, are there. It was there before us, and I'm sure it will also be there after us. Another important thing is that the rural landscapes as open fields and as a food resource is a part of our heritage and of our memory. So it's quite important to bring these memories into the city lives, because I think even if you don't grew up in a countryside, you kind of miss this contact with the agriculture or the way we grow things. In the rural countryside, there's also a new rural paradigm coming up. It's the combination of agriculture, tourism, and landscape conservation. As it was said earlier this morning, there are so many interests for the same areas, and we have to be very much aware of how we plan those different aspects. There's also a very big need for areas to grow tomatoes and herbs. It's actually the biggest trend in Copenhagen right now. Everybody wants tomatoes on the roof or in the balconies all over, or in every leftover square meter in Copenhagen. People want to go out and grow things. And I think it's a very crucial thing for us as human beings, actually to be able to have the opportunity to see a small seed developing into a fruit. It's very basic, and we have to supply our cities and make spaces for things like that. We also have to see that the benefits of aesthetics, surroundings, remains a crucial subject for further investigation. I actually think that's even more important to put put things like that into research in order to convince everybody of the importance of where do we begin this discussion. I mean, as it also was said, we have a lot of technical skills, but we're not able of seeing the values laying just in front of us. So I think it's we have to see to start to rethink how we develop our future. So when I work, I always see the landscape as a metaphor, and I try to put it into the projects I do. And I'll now show you 3 projects, very different projects, how I work with that. So this is also a well-known picture. I didn't make that project. It's a real life. And I don't believe in that. And even the tendency is that everybody are going to live in a big city. I mean, we will not survive as human beings in that life conditions, I'm sure. So sooner or later, we have to start to rethink the whole planning of the planet Earth. Green spaces are both, they are natural elements. It makes social interaction. It's a stimulation of our senses, which is also very crucial. If we lose ability of smelling, hearing, seeing, feeling, all that, which nature really are good to give us, we will not develop. What's the opposite? We will go down. So, and we also need spaces for sport, learning from nature. We're not very good in that. And it's also an ecosystem, as mentioned in many words before. And it's also healing from stress. So there are many, many good arguments to keep on struggling for landscape as the most important task. I mean, if I were a politician, I would definitely start with putting green as the main purpose of any matter. And empty spaces, which are where the brain starts to think. So we also need hideaways. I think the new main demand from tourists and from all of us will be hideaways, no cars, no stress, nothing. I mean, it's actually the opposite areas we have to deal with also. So, phenomenon, seasons, it's all mentioned before, so we'll not talk so long about it. So, learning from nature in the development of the city life. How can we do that? I'll now show you 3 very concrete landscape architecture examples. The first one is in the middle of the city life, and it should be very multifunctional. That's the key word when you work in the cityscapes, that a space should be able of actually taking every action in. So what we did in this certain project was to introduce some big trees, Pinus sylvestris, as the element of the wood. So the elements who was brought into the square had to be very big from the beginning and had a certain sensibility. So it's very needed to put big, strong elements into the city life, so people really can feel and see the structure of living things. This is also a picture from the same square where it was turned into a play spot for children, where tons of beach sand was put into the square in order to give the children there some other kind of experience. And also when you work with the design and developments, again, use tree, natural elements is very much needed. I go a little fast so we can be good in time. So this is actually an example of taking the wood into the middle of a square, who is supposed to be very multifunctional. And this is a picture of a normal Danish rainy day, as Denmark is most. Another thing is that in Denmark, the crisis is also ruling. And this is an area in Copenhagen, it's near the center, a little outside the town hall, a big area where the commune of Copenhagen wanted a renewal, but they had no money. So they asked us, how can we make a contemporary concept for that area and giving a little quality into the daily life until we have the money for doing the total renewal. That is the image of every street in that area, as you saw before. It's wide and full of asphalt and absolutely no green. So what we did, we invented a concept called the hotpots. So it was a way of putting in a contemporary manifest, and it should also, the color carries the identity of a swimming club very close nearby, and everybody in that area meets there in the morning. So the color comes from that, so everybody knew the color in forehand. Not everybody are swimming naked, only that man here. So we had the money for 350 hot pots, which we put all over the streets, and you could grow plants, and every inhabitant in the area had their own hot pot and were able to put plants and grow them. And in that way, it made people talk, and it solved some problems. We actually, where there was traffic calming projects planned, we used them as a trial, how it would actually function. And of course, we had to deal with what kind of plants was possible to grow in the hot pots. And of course, the involvement of the citizens who took care of the plants and the maintenance, which was very new for the commune, but actually a big success. Yes, very simple elements in the time of crisis. It's just some images of how they were implemented. And on the time when the renewal were beginning, you just moved away the hot pots and concentrated them in other areas. So we also have to accept that there will be more wilderness in the parks, which will also give us a bigger biodiversity and less maintenance. So the space for irrational feelings is certainly needed, and we have to keep on developing politics and also planning tools in order to make it the most important task for the town development. So landscape should be the identity for planning, and I think it was said before also, don't start with the buildings when you do a town planning, start with the green. I mean, we should be that far that we could do it now. This is a transformation of a former industrial area into a harbor, into a living room, where we, as landscape architects, decided how dense the building should be, and that all cars were put underneath, which of course gave us the challenge that we had no soil to plant in. But if you take in again the coast, the former coast landscape, using the plants of that, you could turn it into another kind of landscape who gives the same image of the former beach. So this is the images from the new housing area, where you can see the colors and the plants transformed into a new kind of landscape, beach landscape. And in the same times, these very organic forms, they give it a very free public feeling. And also the places for activity is very much demanded. As it was said, we sit down in our offices every day and the children are not moving, so it's very needed to make these sports arenas for everybody. And we are so happy to have a lot of ice in the winter. And in the summertime, we put sand in the same field to do beach volley or things like that. This is the Green Common Park, and it was made for, very little money. All we did was making some wavy grass rolls in order to make a livable area. So parks and green spaces reminds us of the things in life that are more important of consumption. And that's a very good reason for talking about things like parks and to be in a conference today. We have to move the policymakers and have to move ourselves and each other. It's a human fundament. The human beings is dependent on nature, and the living outside paradise was always a challenge. And that's actually what we are here for. That's to work on with how we make a good democracy and how we develop a new way of making a society with other values. So, as a landscape architect, you also have to be a politician and a sociologist and an entrepreneur and whatever, but we have to keep on reminding ourselves of the values of parks and open landscapes. And I think maybe a task for the next styling landscape in 3 years could be, how do we make a philosophical center in Europe where we together could develop a new way of thinking of our values in order to overcome things like growth, which is itself a paradox. So with these words, I will play the ball to you and say thank you very much.
Thank you. Grazie. Siamo ovviamente in ritardo adesso.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we are running late. There are 2 more presentations, so please don't leave the room. So maybe we will stop for lunch at 2. So now I give the floor to Gianluigi Pereira.
Maurizio Corrado, il sentiero dell'architettura che porta nella foresta. Grazie.
And then I also give the floor to Maurizio Corrado. Hello. My presentation will be on biodiversity, starting from our techniques that I could define traditionally as a look at the landscape in a traditional way, but I think that natural engineering is almost a technical excuse to restore natural values and to grow biodiversity to improve landscape. And this has to go hand in hand with the need for spreading a new model of economic and social development, including also third countries. This is bioengineering. This is bioengineering. We have some learning processes, we have some learning workshops. This is why bioengineering is halfway between a traditional way to conceive land use planning and landscape styling. I will show you some examples of traditional activities as well as archaeology. There will be a poster downstairs in the poster session, and then dune restoration, farming for conservation species, including fossil species, for slow mobility. And there are also some examples on urban development, but I will not talk about that because we're running short of time. And I would like to tell you that in the issue number 13 of the magazine Acer, there's also our opinion on bioengineering in urban areas. So, first of all, I would like to start with the quality landscape. The National Association of Landscape in Sicily, whose branch I have the honor to preside, is committed to protect the landscape in order to preserve biodiversity. Our first interventions are traditional interventions, so to restore a riverbed alongside a railway track in northern Italy at the border with Austria in north of Udine. So these are some examples of bioengineering works. Here you have poles and embankments. Here you have some sections of these works. This is what we use as bioengineering tools and materials. Our goal being to restore nature, preserve nature values with low cost and high very big results. So what happens 11 years later? This is a picture of what happened later on. So some figures. In 1997, there were 0 species. In terms of materials, we couldn't have more plants planted. So now, in 1998, there were 15 species, and in 2008, there were almost 55 species. So a very important growth. And this is a big result for us. This is not true that bioengineering can be done also using willow trees. That was the flagship example in Northern Europe, but today this is no longer the case. We have many more such examples. This is a greening intervention, which is important not just because of what is outside nature, but also what is inside, so what is rooted in land. This is a root system, and we studied how the root system develop so that we can propagate plants, and we can also have some biotechnical uses. As my colleague mentioned, I can tell you that plants have some biopurging effects. That is why biopurging intervention in a polluted space is always a good opportunity to restore wetlands, humid areas. So plants have very positive effects, but they can also cause harm, and I will tell you how. Just look at those pictures. This is a caper plant, which is always in extreme gravitational situations. And capers have biotechnical capacities, and capers should be more popular. They should be planted to consolidate the ground. This is not just because of its aesthetic effect, because of its beautiful flower. So it is to be used not just in terms of bioengineering, but also to protect the environment with many more goals. There are 4 basic functions of bioengineering, but they are not enough because other elements need to be taken into account to embrace historic values as well as species values. I have 3 more minutes. This is my time frame, but now I can show you acacias, aloes, ficus, and pinus. You have a website listing all these, a site, sorry, with all these species, which is called Emozia. And this is an archaeological site in Sicily, where we live, which is where we work to restore bioengineering. We make studies on local plants. This is a full list of plants in extreme conditions. Just look at that. Under the ground, we have some cavities, some grottos that must be preserved, so we absolutely don't have to damage them. This is our database, which was drawn from historical sources. We have identified 160 species, of which 147 are autochthonous in Sicily. Especially if you work in archaeological sites, you need to preserve both values, historical, archaeological values and natural values. That goes hand in hand. We don't need to focus on one specific species, because if we just want to grow one single species, we're going to damage the whole environment. Palermo, where I live, has 3 GIS natural reserves that are important for the urban tissue, as is laid down by the law number 10. In Sicily, we follow this approach, and we have 5 such reserves. This is a very specific work that we are carrying out. You have one more minute. This is a project in the
di una grande difficoltà in cui la
in the southernmost pitch in Europe, and it is
stati fatti tutti
in the southernmost pit, sorry, in Europe. We have interventions to restore dunes and to protect root systems of plants. There are many more studies making sections on root apparels, and the importance of Posidonia oceanica, which is important because we need to take into account more anatomy. This is an example of how to restore nature values in rural areas. This is before and after, where there used to be an area with a lot of acacias, eucalyptus, and olive trees 4 centuries old. This is a very important area nearing a very historically famous site, which is called Piazza Armerina, and the myth of Core. So I'm going fast. These are the interventions, the species, and just give me 1 more minute to conclude. We have a prize. We are at the 5th edition of this international prize, which is awarded by the IAP Sicily and the Italian Association for Landscape Protection, and also in association with the Landscape Architecture Association, of which we have a representative in the audience. This is the 2nd prize, the prize Gino Lore. The area that was studied was between Montenegro and Albania, and there were no statistics, no figures available, and there was a very good example of recycling activities. This is a site near Catania in Sicily, which was awarded a prize to restore a riverbed, which was in very poor condition, which was in a damp condition. We had filters, draining systems, and an inverting purging system for waters. And so on and so forth. But now I have to stop. I'll stop there. Let me tell you that we have to protect the landscape and green areas, but we need to do so with a view of protecting autochthonous species. Sometimes we have a mix of seeds that are the object of patents, but for us it is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you so much. Now I give the floor to Maurizio Corrado with the last presentation of this morning. We conclude with Mr. Corrado. I'm sorry, we're running late, and please keep it short. Thank you.
I would like to thank the organization, and very briefly, just a few days ago, Giovanni Rivolti, a dear friend, unfortunately passed away. I would like to remember him. Perhaps in the afternoon we'll be able to talk, say a few words about him. I won't be saying much. I'll wait till 2 o'clock when we will all be having lunch. I just would like to invite you to look at these images. I am pleased that 2 years ago I was talking about landscaping. I'm pleased that we got rid of this preconception, and this thing has been cleared. Vertical green areas are not frightening for anybody anymore. But there's an important thing that I would like to touch on. In the world of design, there are many very young students, young architects, young people in general that are spread around the globe. Chinese, North Korean, Japanese, Americans, some but few Italians, and French people, and Germans, who have started, as we say in Bologna, poking their noses into these new technologies and realizing that perhaps it is time to start thinking of the world of plants. I'm part of this nursery environment. So I'd like to call on these young people, those of you who nurture the raw materials, beware that there is a clear trend for this new sector. It is not only architects who've understood that plants have to be used as an architectural element. Greenery has been used for 40 years already, so there's no need to delve into this. Rather, we need to take action, start using it practically. The previous speaker recalled what was known in the 90s as sustainable architecture, and there were very specific directions and warnings saying that if we used plants inside, then, and you can see examples thereof here, these are not vases. This is a research that I carried out together with a student of mine in 2008. We looked for these plants everywhere, and the only thing that we avoided intentionally was vases, precisely to show that we can use any type of object, any daily life object, ranging from tables to benches, normal objects. Of course, there are objects that are mere provocations or just experiments. 80% of these objects don't really work because many of these students didn't even call specialists to ask them if these projects would work, and asked them, for instance, if by putting water in the house this would be a viable solution. They didn't do this, but hopefully they will in the future. The problem is not to understand if these objects in particular are functional or not. The interesting thing is that there is a trend. And this is being examined by the new generations. People my age aren't very aware of this. I've just recently published a book in the hope that this trend will become more widespread. But I wanted to delve into the idea of importance of projects. The crux of a sustainable architecture is to focus on the time factor. If we use a live element, a plant, within your project, whether it be a house, a table, we must consider the factor of time. So the time and maintenance. I believe this is the message that is being given by way of these projects. These are true gems. This is a shower that works with plant purging. This is made by an artist, but what I particularly wanted to say, do I have some time? Not really. In this very short minute, it's 14:02, so I'll be concluding, is to show you that there is a trend of young people who are becoming increasingly numerous, and that we should try and focus on how to produce these objects, which plants to use. Because apart from some French people, we can see here that French are more careful, more interested in this type of project. But there is a trend, and we should be ready for it. Thank you.
Grazie. Non so se Renato deve...
I'm not sure if we need to communicate some information. I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to thank Silvia for this unfortunate job that she had to carry out. I'd like to invite you all, and for all our friends who are following us online in streaming, that we are to meet at 15 at 3 o'clock, and we have time to catch up the time that we've lost. So we'll be ending at 19:30, not at 19, not at 7. Thank you for your attention, and we can go down for lunch because I believe we deserve it. Thank you.